We are live. We are live for the stress test. Hello, Ishiwatari. Wie geht's? Were you were in Discord talking about rolling a blunt or something? What's going on? I didn't know you were that type of a German. Hey, chili sauce. Alright. Audio levels seem to be good for you guys. I'm gonna unplug there. Plug into my phone so that I can do this Slack thing that I do. Let me find the playtest channel. I know there's a huddle going on. Playtest. Join huddle. Turn volume. Hey, Liz Biscuits. What's up, Talat? Talat. Goblin, I believe we're all starting on Rel. Hey, Justin Beard. You said you're tired, but you're trying to pump yourself up. Listen to some old Mushroom Head. Did I just see Mushroom Head at the... Was it Mushroom Head at the festival? Huh. It was something like that. Justin Beard, you can do what I do. Consume caffeine, buddy. I still remember that comment on YouTube where the guy was like, talking about... I think he thought I was drinking energy drinks to be cool. I'm not. I'm just trying to make it through the day. Hey, Hindo. Oh, man. Alright. These are so delicious. It's just pure sugar. Oh, hey, Fielder. Yeah, I think it's Rel first. Yeah, I believe it says right in the instructions. Hold on. Let me bring them up. Playtest info. No, well, it says we'll stuff everybody into one server to start the test. It doesn't say what server. That's a fair point. But I think it's raw. Stop drinking a super sugar heavy drink. Energy drinks. Started drinking a brand called Uptime because they make good sugar-free flavors. So here's the silly thing. I have it in my head that when I drink too much sugar-free, I get headache. That's it may be psychosomatic, but that's my belief. Because there's a fun brand of like BCAA energy drinks in Sweden. You can find everywhere in Stockholm called Noko. And they're all sugar-free, but I swear I was getting headaches from them. But it could have been something else. Will we have any real-time server stats available? Maybe. Depends on... Ollie usually sets it up. He changed something. And I don't know... The bounty code, Dadvik. Yeah, Liz, I think there's a number of different chemicals like that that probably aren't great. But I mean, I know sugar's not good for you either. One of these days I'll get off so much sugar, but I can only give up so many vices in 1 year. That's fine. That's fine. That's expected, Chip. They know we talk that way. In general, I don't know if they know that you use the HE double hockey sticks, but I mean, the rest of us are pretty vile. You're stocked on snacks and coffee. Nice. I didn't go crazy for snacks tonight. I've got some great. I have a new package of cookies if I want to make cookie soup. Milk and cookies. Glad to see you here, Sarence. It begins. Always fun when Ollie starts with something is up. All right, thank you for coming to the stress test. It was great. Good night. I would seriously just get on the couch with that new thing of cookies and that milk. Man, the various new armor textures are starting to add up. Folks are looking pretty nice. Yeah, as far as I know, we pile into Rel again, and then once we see what happens there, then we'll probably let you guys splash all over the place. Justin said, not sure if I mentioned this robot, but I may be able to get a laptop as part of a pilot program from leftover COVID funds for the state of Maine. Hey, go for it. Be nice if you could camp out of the camp offline mode. Oh, in Plane of Meat? When it's all to start on Brel, Cradle Juice has. Can you start anywhere else? Am I quiet again? I don't know what happened. Something happened. Something. I don't know. I don't. Maybe something happened somewhere. Because I swear I'm being as loud as usual. I think. Am I? Yeah, I'm being as loud as usual. Mike's probably closer than usual. I don't know, man. I'm gonna be bummed if I'm quieter because I hate touching the audio settings. I hate touching. I'm glad I haven't had to touch audio settings in like 2 years. It was such a pain in the ass getting set up. Joe Rice Music said, I have studio monitors. You sound fine to me, man. What kind of studio monitors do you have? I always thought those ones with the yellow cones were really dope. Music's kind of loud? Okay, we'll fix that. Yeah, I think it's KRK was the ones that I thought looked cool back in the day. Those. All right, I'm in. Oh my gosh. Hardcore stall. 169 players in, 185 players in the game, 186 players in the zone. $198 players in the zone. $214 players in the zone. Inventory is not instantaneous, but I know everybody's also logging in. Yeah, I'm seeing some blinking. Oops. Oh, I'm trying to move my inventory on Streamlabs, I think. $242 players in the zone. Oops. The Who-All is a bit slow now. 267 and yeah, movements breaking down. Like I don't see movement. UI slow, like it's multiple seconds picking up an item. If it's people logging in, then would it when does that actually stabilize? If that were the case. If it is the CPU, is that something that we could change like last time? No. Cool. Those of you watching, they're pulling a server profile right now as all this is going on, so we can diagnose what the actual culprit is. I was gonna say what the actual F. And that will help us understand next steps. Monotonous said, whoa, skeletons can wear chest armor now. Is this new? Yeah, you'll see in the update that we've made some adjustments there. The survey on Discord, Liz Biscuit. You didn't see one? There's a survey channel. All right. Ollie's pulling the profile. Why would you look there? Why wouldn't you look there? The Trunks is telling us to do it. He didn't even do it. I'm not testing me. I'm testing you. $401 players in the zone. Can you access the key bind setting and scroll down? I cannot. It scrolls me to the top repeatedly. Whoops. Yeah, self-destruct. We're gonna pull the logs now and see what the actual source of the lag is. Like, what type of lag is it? Well, what kind of lag are you? Sorry, Sarenth. You said hi, and I did not see you. We're in 27 people in the zone. JP, thank you for the follow. Hey Puddin', what's up? How's the Tesla doing? Hey Perjoss. Hey, thanks for that. How long has it been since you've been here? There's probably a ton of stuff for you to see. We'll have an update going out this weekend. Well, it is this weekend, so tomorrow. Mostly assembled. I'm gonna grab some more info from the guys, smash that into the update tomorrow and get that posted. Stern said, Robot and the rest of the M&M staff really loving this huge two-handed hammer. I see whoever made it. Love it. I'll be honest with you. That might actually be one of the ones that we made on stream like 3 years ago. Are you supposed to be able to log in at the moment? You should. You should be able to get in. Yeah, at the moment we're jamming everybody into Rel. We've got 447 players in Night Harbor at the moment. Why is there a loving skeleton? I don't know. People are creative. Are you guys at least getting game sounds, music, stuff like that? I know I'm being pretty quiet because I'm listening to Ali and the guys talking about this. Cool. Yeah, in-game actions are delayed. Everything's lagging a bit at the moment. We are aware. Ali is pulling logs right now. Does he have a sock ready? Yeah. A little early in the night for that. I was gonna go a different direction with that joke. I mean, it wasn't gonna be a good joke either. I think yours is probably better. I was gonna say something like he's pulling so many logs he's starting to say a boot. Because that would be like a lumberjack joke. And the only lumberjacks I can think of are in Canada. Yeah, Canadian joke. Which is fine. We can make jokes about Canada because it's not a real place. It's like Narnia. Hey, look at that. Somebody in the zone in OOC is being very positive. They said Lucius said up to 450. Zone hasn't crashed yet. That's a good way to look at it. The zone has not crashed. I haven't seen anybody move in like a few minutes, but the zone is still up. There are tons of lumberjacks in America too. Yeah, but they're not really lumberjacks in America. And lumberjacks are Canadian. The thing you think is a lumberjack in America is just, it's a dude. That's just a dude. That's how Americans look, a lot of them. They have flannel shirts. See? Beards. Muscles. They're just dudes. Oh, that's true. There's also hipsters. What are the tats about? Any gaming stuff on that sleeve? No, this sleeve predates gaming. Well, it doesn't really. I mean, there's always gaming in parallel, but it predates my game career by a few years. The entire sleeve was done when I was 21. So that makes it... That makes this sleeve, what? 28 years old? There is not a gnome hidden in the sleeve, but there is a there is a tiny pimp. So Ollie is just is still looking through the log. Shouldn't the pimp be on my forearm? No, on my forearm I have a snake man. Futo said, "My God, the graphics are awesome." Glad you like it. If you're stuck on the loading screen, Alt F4, just kill it. You'll get back in quicker. Not lying on that. You did that? Try it again. Panzu 89, thank you for the follow. Son of a Birch. That is an acceptable name. It's not a good name. It's not one that necessarily brings me joy. Fat Poop says, Sean, I asked if this... I asked... Your sentence is messing me up. You said, Sean, I asked this a friend of mine a couple times, but he doesn't know the answer. The main reason why we cannot sub anymore. Oh, because I live in Germany, and apparently tracking down good tax advice in Germany is a real pain in the ass. And Amazon will be sending info on any stubs as basically personal income, and there's a bunch of tax hoops that I may have to jump through if I'm getting income from the stream, and there's a potential that it impacts my health insurance here and all this other shit. So basically it's like, you know what, I'm just gonna turn it off. Please, if you want to sub here, go to any of the other streams. Go check out Zukin, Pattis, and Goblin, and all the folks that stream. Sub there. That'll help them out, and that's awesome as well. So if you want to stream here, stream there instead. The old JP said, just got in. Any idea why my tune is naked? Are you also covered in butter? Pensu said, is extreme heating intended, or is it because of the stress test? My PC is going crazy. I'm sweating, LOL. One of the guys might be able to help you out. I think there's like an FPS cap that you could use or something like that. Somebody that's listening in. So there you go. Slash FPS space 2460 or whatever. Listen to Ali or Nick. They're your guys. Does the same apply for the YouTube channel? No, because subscribing to the YouTube channel doesn't actually involve any money. It just means that you'll get notified when new content comes up. So feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channels. That's totally not a problem. Sorry for that. I was sick for a week and change. Feeling better now, but last week was bleh. Bill said, thinking about an M&M tattoo myself once we get to early access. Still not settled on what I want. Yeah, I might. I haven't gotten a tattoo in forever. I might get some M&M tattoos once we hit early access. There is a character named Selena Gomez. We'll take it. $479 people in the zone. Tattoo sounds like a good idea right up until they nerf your main class. Yeah, then it becomes like a Khaleesi moment, right? That's like... all the ladies that named their daughter Khaleesi. Smeckerdoodle, if you're stuck at the loading screen, you can try killing your client. Like Alt F4 and hop back in. Try to hop back in, I guess. It may take a try or two, but it often works. Tried it 5 times. Yeah, then it might just be a byproduct of so many people hitting login at the moment. The keybinds bug also impacts you as vendors. Click on the scroll bar and it causes them to freak out. Interesting. You said you've already posted the first one in Discord? The first issue? Okay. Maybe reply to yourself with the additional... Because at least that kind of makes sense, right? If it's being consistent. It's essentially you're having a consistent problem with the same element across multiple interfaces for interface element type. I don't know how to properly say it. How long is this stress test going to be for? For a while. 505 people in the zone. You know how we tend to do it? I mean, I don't want to spoil anything or speak out of turn, but you know us. We, if folks are having fun, we're having fun, then we tend to let things roll on for a bit. That's a lot and still stable, question mark? I mean, relatively stable, Hindo said. I mean, it's clearly a bit laggy, right? Hey, Ollie. Why not try? I mean, because then you can at least compare both of those, and then if we bring up the other servers, then you can also compare those two against that and see if we're seeing consistent problems. Yeah, I'm just talking through both of them. At this point, unfortunately, sorry, stream. They're used to me ignoring them today. $520 people in the zone. So guys, we're about to reboot the server, so you get dumped and you'll come back in. We'll pull more logs. We'll see if what we were seeing there is kind of consistent. And then we'll go from there. Appreciate everybody logging in. And Nick's going to broadcast in a minute. Nick said, well, and then I just scrolled it right off the screen. Nick said, we're going to restart the server and see if that remedies the issue. Please rejoin Rel soon. If it's still laggy, we're bringing all the servers up. I saw a suggestion for server announcements to be a pop-up. I think that's kind of a nice idea. I don't hate it. And then we could give you the option to like fold that into your other chat or whatever, but a nice little pop-up that pops up and then fades out. We're talking about for years now, doing something similar for some other stuff. So maybe that'll be a element type that we can try out. I was putting together the update earlier and I was looking at some UI stuff. Or no, maybe I was just coming in to smoke test the server, and I think I brought up, maybe that was it. I brought up my UI, my paper doll, and was looking at all the wonderful icons and stuff that we've got coming in, and I was just like, man, this shit's really pretty. And then I was just thinking about some of the other stuff that we want to be able to provide. The various other UIs that we've talked about, or pages that we've talked about in the past. And I'm really excited to get those in as well, so. Hopefully sometime in the not too horribly distant future we can focus a little bit of time on some of that UI stuff, and then we'll try to remember that idea on the broadcast. Because that'd be nice for message of the day as well. There's Friedel. So many people. Let's see where we're at before the server goes down. 5:20. Server announcement, server will be shutting down 60 seconds. We'll see if that's been delayed. Do we think we'll go to custom UI routes, allowing for freeform customization? I don't know. Maybe not. Probably not. Like full reskinning, etc. We want to provide a lot of options for you to be able to customize within sort of the framework that we have. But I mean, I say that now, but that's really going to be something the team's going to discuss. No add-ons. Yeah, that's I think that's something we're all kind of on board for. Why is one of the randomized names for goblins Buckmeat? We'll have to ask Chip if that's intentional. Probably not. Pocket Drew, thank you for the follow. DJ Footfingers, yeah, we'll be providing that. The entire stream's going to be about smashing randomizer for goblins after this. If you've got a screenshot of that, you can tag Zillith in Discord. I'm gonna mute you guys for a second. What are the death penalties like in this game? You take an experience hit, you leave a corpse with all of your items. Yep. Basics are all the same from EQ. Oh, if you're a caster, your spellbook is an item. So that may be a surprise to you if you're not used to it. Kildavon, thank you for the follow. Apanomo, is that a goblin name again? Where did he get the list from? So one of, yeah, they are definitely freaky. I mean, I knew that. Like, we all knew goblins were freaky. It's a whole weird subculture. Like, we knew that. But we weren't expecting this. So we'll have to... We've seen goblins naked art. Yeah, I mean, that's how... I didn't know anything about goblins and nudity until I met Goblin. That was one of the first things... that's one of the first things that stood out to me. Pun intended. When he showed off his portfolio, I was like, there's a lot of goblin wieners in your art. And that was just one of those things we had to talk about early on. You think you mistook fuck meat for fork meat. So, well, you mean the other way around, fork meat. Because one of those is pretty different than the other. Apanobo. Yeah. You call them greeners? Tupac. The G-Peens? Is that what you're talking about? I call them G-Peens. I mean, I don't call them G-Peens. I literally just made that up. You should definitely coin the term greeners. Yeah, Tupac, I do think Ventillion's come up with the better spelling of it. I just heard John, one of our programmers in Slack say, I was just looking at the goblin name generation code and it can indeed. And Ollie was like, I was looking too. Oh, okay. Finger, face. Those are all not heading in a good direction. No, I don't know. I don't know that you saw the F word, Apanobo, but you may have. I mean, some of the other combos are probably pretty bad. Fortunately, our game is really made for people like between the ages of 35 and 60. So, I mean, if you haven't seen some of those words already, then I don't know what to tell you. I may need to like click a different box on my Twitch stream to account for goblin names, but and yeah, I do think it is fair because I have banned at least one person for having a bad name during a stress test. I will. I saw that Y name earlier as well. Yeah, I was curious about that. Nils, don't worry. We will definitely purify the naming generation before the next stress test. But for now, it is definitely that is on us. Chip snuck a greener into the code. $227 people in the zone. It's pretty responsive still though at 250. Like it's giving me the updates really quick. Let me see what it feels like. Inventory's like 1 second lag. Check out General in Discord. Oh no. Oh no. Is my mom gonna see it? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I'm looking at him. But Muncher says in OOC, and I can't even be mad at him at the moment. It may be our fault. Thank you, Too Few Toes. Too Few Toes said the nighttime graphics are the best I've seen, and the lightning and rain are great. We appreciate it. All right, server announcement says, okay, we're bringing up the other servers shortly so that we can have you guys distribute yourself a bit. Also, we just announced, due to the bad names, we will probably just remove goblins from the game entirely. NPCs, PCs, all of them. They can't be trusted. Sewer gnomes, adios. Adios, sewer gnomes. You knew your time was limited, and then you had to go and get Randy tonight. Yoko is healing. Thank you for the follow. And Two Few Toes, thank you for the follow. Kevin M, did I already say thank you? Lucky Cat, Mocha Pop, or actually Mocha Popo. All of you, thank you for the follows. So yeah, we're bringing up the other servers nowish, soonish. Madcat2197 says, hello, is there an option to toggle on what spells buffs do? Like which skin gives how much? Or is that not... You mean look and see what they do? So if you just hold right click over the ability, when it's on your ability bar, you'll get the description. If you hold right click over it in your buff bar, you'll see duration. If you're in your book, you can do the same thing. Hold right click and you'll see the information on it. It's just, you just hold right click down. And then you'll notice that when you're looking at items and stuff like that as well, right? You'll get an item description, hold right click. Hold right click. Which is different than if you got like a note, you can just right click. Okay, jokes aside, you 100% can get the F word as part as randomized stuff. Yeah, well, thank you for finding that. We will let Zilith know. We'll be looking at the goblin name generation. What's up, Secrets? Hey, thanks for that. $402 players in the zone at the moment. Any changes to stress test? Anything new and exciting to check out? Yeah, there's always something new. We've got... Nick had just posted the release note, patch note, for August. So you can find those. There's also a link from playtest announcement. But yeah, there's been a lot of just constant content changes and shit like that. Any way to delete spells from the book, have a bunch of dupes because of the merge? Not that I know of. I don't know of any, like, remove it from the book functionality. I don't think anything like that's been added yet. We don't have like sorting and some of the other stuff in there yet. Do you want us to spread out over the servers, or do you need still data? Do you still need data on Rel? Go ahead and spread out. Spread out and have a good time. Ollie said that Krivia is up. Matspar and Storafall have been merged into Rel, Liz. Herodrell's up, and Krivia is up. Triminax has been merged into Krivia. If you're on Krivia, or sorry, if you're on Rel and it's, I mean, you're lagging in Night Harbor, try zoning to a different zone. Yep, you're good to bounce to your other servers. Sneaky Russian. Liz, when you get out of Night Harbor, see if that's actually an issue. Ollie, you just said something else was up. Was it not one of the ones that you already said? Everything's up. All right, everything should be up now. You should be able to switch to other servers if you'd like. If you've got tunes on the other servers, go ahead and do that. And then as you guys are doing that, Ollie will and the guys will be looking at we'll be looking at the logs and figuring out what's going on. Aftershave, the other servers should be unlocked now. You should be able to get into them. Yeah, and those of you that are of sufficient level, feel free to leave Night Harbor. All right, while I'm zoning and while we're getting people onto other servers, spread out a bit, stuff like that. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break and then I'll be back. I'll be right back. But what I meant to say before I muted myself and then didn't say it to you was, those of you that are capable of leaving Night Harbor, it's pretty lag-free outside of Night Harbor. Everything's very normal outside of the zone that's got 400 people in it. Night Harbor on Rel is a bit laggy. Makes sense. So if you have the ability to leave, if you're high enough level, etc., bounce out of there, especially on Rel, so that the people that are very new, just logged in for the first time, the experience can start to stabilize a little bit for them. That would be rad of you, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. So it sounds like Ollie's working on the spellbook issue. Did somebody say? I see Creedal Juice is saying announcement said Monday night. Where was that announcement posted? Is it? There we go. Laggy. Justin Beard said I had to step away for a moment and catch Burrito Guy here in town. We normally don't have Mexican food, but he said he'll be here permanently starting October unless he can't make enough money. You Discord message me. Okay, I'll take a look. It sounds like we might benefit from having you pile into see if the guys hear this and correct me. El Tundra? Ollie said he mentioned in Discord. Let me see. Yeah, if you're available to, if you would, if you want to pile into El Tundra, that would be awesome. Because we want to see basically if we, Rel and Krivia are in one data center, El Tundra is in another data center, and we're looking to see if we have the same problem when El Tundra has Night Harbor hit similar load, if that makes sense. Yeah, we only need like 50 people more. Yeah, just make a new tune. If you don't have a character over there, just make a new tune really quickly. It'll be... If there's no corpse when a mob dies, does that mean it didn't have anything to loot? Yeah. I'm gonna hop into El Tindra as well. Auto run key should default to E, I believe. I think I remapped mine, Nils, because the whole missing finger thing was causing me to shift my... I was accidentally shifting my WASD over one a lot when we were playtesting, and I kept hitting E instead of W, and almost training us. So yeah, if you want to pile into El Tindra, .96 people in the zone, looking pretty speedy. How do you get some bags? Do you have a new character after shave? You save up coin, but also some quests will give you bag, at least during the quest. You can kind of cheat it a little bit like that. You gotta earn them. Death by gnomes. You're just on time. Hop in. If you would, hop into El Tindra. We're trying to throw that server a little bit of stress right now. And we've only got like 90 people in the zone. That's not very stressful. Before you go hunting forever, can I get confirmation that 10 was added to this task? If Nick is listening, he'll be able to confirm, or let me check patch note. Nick said it was, but stuff happens, so I wanted to check. Well, did Nick say it was, and that stuff happens, or did Nick say it was, but you don't trust Nick? Not yet. He wasn't able to, he said. Oh man, the goblin names just keep coming. Sorry about that, guys. Still recovering. Shit. I need to let me get the mute button activated. You can't use chat on El Tindra. Really? Maybe relog? 103 players in here at the moment. I mean, I'm honestly, a lot of times with stuff like that, I'm going to give you the standard tech support answer, like turn it off, turn it back on again. Which is better than the old EverQuest, like, final tech support / CS answer, which is like reinstall. Have you reinstalled Windows? Chip's looking like a seasoned veteran over here. Jeez. Still responsive. We're at 110 players in the zone. Still sounding the Gondor horn. Sneaky rush and start some fires. Yeah, El Tendra's sitting at 118. Still looking pretty smooth, though I did just see. But I think that's normal. Relog, same thing. Won't log in all the way. I see this. Try one more time, Vontae. Goblin was just running into the exact same problem. It's that weird. I've run into it as well in the past. And it's super inconsistent. Super inconsistent. $122. Still good. Nils, yes, they're we've got those guys all over the place. Each newbie yard's got 1 or 2. One. $130 players in the zone. Still, well. Third time work. Yes! Pantaleon, that is awesome to hear. What? Is that really Zukin? That's... What? Reload. That didn't look like a normal halfling. That might be Zukin. I was worried that somebody stole Zukin's name. Okay. Okay, Zukin, I was looking out for your name, buddy. Did you see that? I didn't even know you were in chat, and I was... $145. Still looking good. Yeah, Zukin, sorry. I was looking out for you, buddy. I didn't want any fakers, like, basically desecrating the name. 150 in 156 in Night Harbor. Things are still extremely responsive, so that's cool. Yeah, I hope you're feeling better. Having just got over the crud myself. Sorry, shit. Robot, has the finger thing affected your typing, or do you adjust quickly? I've adjusted really quickly. It sucks for left shift and control, which is used a fair bit in video games and stuff, but I don't know, just like a minor humble brag, I guess. I don't know. Because I've been living in Germany and then Sweden and then Germany again. I'm using a Swedish keyboard. And I've at work I had a laptop that was German, then a Swedish laptop, and I just for whatever reason my ability to sort of adapt my typing has really worked out well over the years. I mean, because I've been in Europe for 10 years, right? And so I've been a touch typist since after starting playing EQ, and then it's just really adapted quickly. So the missing finger hasn't been too big of a deal. And the fact that stupid insurance, the company that makes the cool robot fingers, isn't going to provide me with one, I think mainly because of insurance or whatever. So, like, fuck it. Do I ever miss North America? Yeah, all the time. I love America. Miss it all the time, man. America, Europe's really cool. And if you like castles and history and shit like that, it's super cool to be here and be able to go check it out. But I would say that it's a reminder of how much cool shit's in America and how cool America is. You know, it makes me excited for the day where we can go check more of that out. I'll be in the U.S. for a week, or we'll both be in the U.S. for a week. Not this next week, but the week after. Just wrap up like my dad's burial and stuff like that, and so we'll be doing some traveling there. But it's going to be a real quick trip. But I would love to be able to go back and just spend a little bit of time with Jasmine, traveling around and seeing stuff. Yeah. America is a cool country. And Route 66, never been on it, I don't think. So that would be cool. One of my neighbors here, garden neighbors in here in Germany, gave us a little Route 66 sign for the inside of our. We've got this like really nice big open garden house, and we're doing it all Americana. I got a big ass American flag up in there. One of the other neighbors gave me a picture from when we cleaned out his dad's house after his dad passed, and it's like a framed picture of John Wayne. It's shit like that. One more soul. Appreciate that. Thank you. It's all good. Banana pudding and shrimp and grits both sound excellent. My grandmother used to make the best banana pudding. $158 in Night Harbor right now. $163 in here now. Still responsive. What did the Mr. Cow say? I thought that would be odd. I find I use that finger more than I think usually with shift and whatnot. I was just wondering how it affected you. I rotate my wrist a little bit so that my ring finger can do the shift and control. It kind of sucked at first, but I'm getting used to it. Next year, I won't do it this year because we have more than spent our fun money for the year. But next year, I'll probably buy a little 3D printer. I might ask some of you guys if you've got advice on 3D printing. I might buy a 3D printer, and then we can see if we can improve upon the current open source prosthetic that's out there. I think that we could do something similar to the Naked Prosthetics MCP driver design, which is it's instead of like being spring or thread loaded or whatever like the Nick design that's out there, it's based off of actual levers moving. So if they won't provide me with a finger, then we will borrow their design. The Cal said there was a German guy here I was talking to. He had one of those Theories Mercedes Unimogs built into an RV and had driven the thing from Chile up through Colombia by boat to Panama, and that was here in Fairbanks. Yeah, those things are not cheap. $169 players in the zone. That was really responsive and like just checking it. Half a second lag, if that. Oh, yeah, Ali just said that that's because I'm very far away from the West Coast. Yeah, and I'm not complaining. Look, it's still pretty responsive. 164 milliseconds. So yeah. But it's looking good so far. What is this effect? What is going on here? Zukin, what are you doing here? No, not the wolf. This on the ground. Okay. Maybe it's a texture issue. I'll just reload. Is it Chex? Chex said, hi Sean, finally caught a live stream. Been watching a lot of the VoDs. Game is looking dope so far. Hey, thank you. Thanks for watching the VoDs. I'm always amped that people take the time to watch the VoDs. Even if it's not the whole thing. It's really cool. We can tell by the numbers that you guys are checking out the VoDs, and that's really nice. Appreciate it. Lag Tester said that wolf looks great. Whoever designed him did a great job. Good job, guys. Checks, that's a good question. Have you made it in? No worries, Zukin. I'm mainly doing my very sort of deadpan joking with you. $170. So we've got 170 players in here. Movement's looking good. Everything's still responsive. Checks, if you logged into one of the other servers and it was kind of and you've got time, hop in again, hop into El Tindra. Yeah, El Tindra is still going great. 174. Yeah, Ali, if you can hear me, it's still good. No worries. Yeah. UI is looking good. Pretty much instant response on Hual. Yeah, getting distracted said, feels like Rel was at least a little laggy when it was this many players in zone. Yeah, so this... Eltendra's feeling better. Nick's checking out Krivia. I think they reset something there, so we're trying to see. But, I mean, 175 in zone. Jasmine just came home, so if you hear my dog freaking out in the background, that's what's going on. Wait. I think Ollie said the magic words. I think Ollie said maybe Sean is right. And I've always got to, whenever I hear those magic words, I have to stop for a moment. Edge Crusher 1983. Thank you for the follow. But we're still only at 174 people on Eltendra. Did we figure out the issue? We haven't. A hypothesis. It's not even a hypothesis, is it? It's somebody that went to school. Provide me with the correct term. A supposition. A thought that was had was a theory. Yeah, a theory that was had is that maybe the fact that so many people are entering the server triggers some sort of a negative thing that then the server doesn't recover from, is what I threw out there, right? And here we've been slowly kind of grinding up to 170. So, which then the question is, if that theory was correct, then could that be mitigated by slowing the rate? Yeah, exactly. So providing sort of some sort of a rate limit or whatever and ease you in. But I mean, it could all be bullshit. Like we got 174 here. We hit 200 and then something goes wacky and that's that. But then again, if it goes wacky at 200 and then it gets back down to 170, it should unwacky itself, right? To use a technical term. The spell book is a separate issue, Liz Biscuit. Ollie knows what the spell book issue is and is going to fix that with Ollie Magic. Ooh, great. I did. Because I could not figure out anything I wanted to eat for dinner, so I just ran up and grabbed chicken from the chicken truck. Did Rel and Night Harbor just reboot? Ollie said yes. Wife reveal on stream? Did you actually see her or just her arm? She's like the neighbor from the Tool Time show or whatever. What was that called? Home Improvement. Yeah. She's Wilson. That's it. I'm married to Wilson. That mom was hot. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Home Improvement really got chat going. Yeah, you guys. That's the key to engagement. We're gonna put a home improvement survey up. See how many people engage with it. Your arm was. Tim the Toolman Taylor got peeps revving. Oh, I never even thought about it. Is that where? Is it Tim the Tapman? The streamer guy? I don't know if you guys have seen Jonathan Taylor Thomas recently, but he ain't cute anymore. Dude, that happens to all of us. $182 players in zone. So good. We're only at 178 people on Iltindra. A big wet clump of spider web on my grape was not the was not expected, but my tongue immediately recognized that it was odd. Fortunately, it went spider webs to tongue directly instead of. It is fiber, that's true. Death by gnomes, yes, for a stress test that is the case. Though there is a weird like. Yep. There's a weird aftertaste. If you guys have not, if you're in game and you're not on Iltindra, if you don't mind, could you please camp out and create a tune on Iltindra and hop in here? We're still at sub 200 and we want to see if things break again when we cross the 200 to 250 mark. We're at 180 people in Night Harbor at the moment, and it'd be awesome to hurry up and get past that so that we can get that information and then we can let you do your thing. So, if you're down to do that, that would be cool. Actually, why am I asking? I demand you do it right now. Do you know who my friends are? Yes, you too. My friends are your mom? Well, in your case, JP, that is true. But my wife's home now, so we're not going to talk about that any further. Let's see. Let's see. Cage Medic's dead. Robot, I've read a lot in the Discord, but coming from you, if I want to be a tank, what classes would you recommend? Obviously fighter, but other ones. I'm very fond of the Inquisitor concept. So you could try that. But definitely fighter. How long are you guys planning to keep the servers up for after you get your data? A pretty fair while. I don't think we have stated exactly how long, but for quite a bit. Pull down the other servers, that'll make them. That will be our last option, Liz. But we're trying to just get check. You can actually do /bug and it'll bring up a bug reporting interface. Then you can pick from a subcategory. That helps us if you actually use this correctly. And then it'll give you a category and a subcategory. It even gives you fun feedback like broken spawn, subcategory, NPC is not spawning. It's likely not broken, keep waiting. Stuff like that. It's not new. We've had this in for like 3 years. We just don't mention it all the time. But we've even used it in stuff like friends and family. Does it link back to Discord? Nah, it goes into a database that we have. Liz, I do not know. 206 people in here now. Still responsive. 66 millisecond ping here. Darius, that's not a yikes. I've got 162. Look, things are fine. This is a West Coast data center that this server's on. And I am in Prussia. El Tindra. You guys hop onto El Tindra, please. No lag so far, Ollie. 222. Still looking good. But Ollie, if that ends up being the case, then that's something we can fix over the next little bit, right? $229. $234. There's a humble brag, kind of. 66 milliseconds straight. Oh, okay. Trying to see if people look normal, running around and stuff. $240 right now. 251. Still feeling the same. Scribing is instant 2. Someone in OC said. 254. Keldevan said, can confirm German ping about 160 here. Yep, that's what I got. Got a server error just now. Put that black. Ever slow, slight lag crafting copper bars, Namu said. Oops. 260. Just as you said that, your Twitch stream glitched. Twitch is... They just finally caught onto the goblin naming. I might get banned. Jasmine, I'll tell you about the goblin naming phenomenon in a few minutes. Yeah, I still responsive. 259. People seem to be moving fine. When explaining, please bust out the whiteboard. Pictures are needed to describe it completely. We do have a whiteboard right near our dinner table. Check says robot ping is decent on my end, sitting around 90 while on the east coast of Canada. If we can maintain a decent ping to a fictional country, I think we're ahead of the curve. $262. If you close the command window, how do you get it back? Oh, that's a good question. Here, let's go. Options. Wait, no. Keybinds. Did I pass it, Liz? I'm assuming you mean the commands. Ollie, do you know? What's the shortcut to toggle your the commands window? This window, commands window. Ali said it's probably stuck out of screen. Go full screen or yeah, toggle UI scale or reset UI. No, you don't Alt F4. Don't listen to the cow. Reset UI did not help. Someone closed it. How did they close it? There was no option to close it. If there's an option to close it, there's an option to unclose it. 266. I had to raise UI to find raise UI resolution to find Windows off screen before. Go to options. Go to interface. Go to UI scale. Resolution, not UI scale? Oh, okay. Awesome. They're resolving the issue. Cool. $267. There's a tiny, just tiniest bit of lag. It looks good. Ollie is convinced that I'm right. I don't even remember what I said now. I don't care. Okay, you can go back to your servers if you want. You can leave Eltindra that is not lagging and awesome where we're at, and you can go back to your laggy, janky ass server. The missing spell things did not get fixed yet, Sneaky Russian. And I'm just kidding. We love all of our servers equally. I'll... Joking. I read Ollie's immediate "I don't" to my comment in Ollie's voice. Like I just perfectly heard it in my head and it got me. Yes, Dukin, we love all of our servers, just some more equally than others. All right, we're down to 233. Less lag for us. Zootastic said, how you can be more equally. That is a nonsensical use of words. Are you new to the stream? This stream is nothing but a nonsensical use of words. Our live streams are kind of the Alice in Wonderland of game development. Though your name's super familiar. Okay, yeah, I thought so. Ollie, I heard that. Is Nick bullying you? No, I'm just kidding. Nothing but nonsense around here. How can robots love? Well, that one. I mean, come on. I'm sure we explored the theme of robots loving in the 70s pretty thoroughly. Fantastic said, I'm a retired game developer engineer just watching out of curiosity. Well, then you know what kind of silliness is going on in the background. What kind of games did you work on? Silly, no, this is professional enterprise. It is absolutely a professional enterprise. We're just silly. We admit to it. Dirty old socks. We apologize. We've got a fix for the missing spells thing, I believe. But Ollie has been distracted from that fix by investigating why one server wasn't lagging the way the other servers were. So we just wrapped up that investigation. And if Ollie's listening, was there a fix that was going to be deployed for the spellbook thing? Okay, so it wasn't trauma. I was wrong. Okay, Ollie was right and I was wrong. Okay, well that's normal though. So Ollie's priority is fixing the lag on Krivia and Rel, and then he's gonna hop back on the spellbook thing. So apologies, you'll have to wait a bit. You should still have spells mim though, so just I think don't die, maybe, if I understand the problem. In the meantime, Dirty Old Socks, just keep being you, and you don't have to be on a particular server at the moment. We had everybody come over to El Tendra for a while, so that we could try to lag it out and see if that worked. You attacked your vendor and died. It happens. It's unfortunate that that happened now, but let's see, how many people do we have? We still have 196 on here and it's running good. I forget, what are you on Rel, Dirty Old Sock? That makes sense, Ollie. So, Jasmine, while you were away, the community discovered that our goblin name generator was capable of generating some fairly atrocious names. Here, I'll go back to Discord and scroll up and see if I can find you some. Oh, geez, it's way up there. Scrolling, scrolling. Nobody repeat them in chat, please. Wait, am I in the wrong? I've got to be in the wrong channel. Scrolling. No. Where were they posted? Oh my god, those are awesome. What, Darius, where are they again? It's in general? I was just in general and I swear I didn't see them. Scrolling up. Maybe I scrolled past them? There we go. Here's one that they didn't have it. Sorry, I'm not. Please keep something like this. I don't know that we can. Maybe a little less blue. I think this is kind of binary on the colors. I mean, bum wipe. You know, poo face. Poo face is fine. Yeah, I mean, and you know, in all fairness, we'll probably be inconsistent and a little randy on that front, since it's our game. We answer to no one. Rando, thank you for the follow. Keep them, but it's like 1 in 10,000 chance to pull from the list. No one believes whoever stumbles on it. Imagine getting banned for using a name that the game made for you, right? Monotonous, it was a test. Just because we provided the name does not mean you should have accepted it. Oh, here's one that wasn't in that list. Name Entrapment Simulator 2024. Yeah. Dragonborn has 0 name filter. I don't know, but I don't know that we're aspiring to that. Look at this charming game that we've created. It's charming and fantastic. It's full of fantasy and whimsy. We don't need that kind of stuff. I thought his name was, instead of Twisted Heat, I thought it was Twisted Meat. And I was just like, and it's a goblin. I just assumed name generator. Yeah, we'll get better name. We'll get a better like blacklist and stuff like that in. We're trusting you at the moment, and then if you've got a really bad name, like if it's real bad, then it could get you kind of instant fragged. But usually, if you've got a bad name, we'll take you to jail. We'll ask you to change it. If you're like the guy during the last stress test, who is like, why? Who are you? Leave me alone. Quit being weird. Then yeah, you'll get banned. Dude I reported on DV was literally just the N-word. Yeah, that one's like just asking to be banned. Oh, on Dragonborn, okay. Yeah, I didn't think we had any of those so far, but pretty close. Kyra Asylum said, first time hopping into M&M, digging it so far. Thanks for this. Hello from Quarm. Hello, welcome from Quarm. And thanks again, Secrets, for getting the word out. Yeah, hope you enjoy it. What server are you on? We're on El Tendra right now, and it's looking pretty... Oops. It's got 172 players in Night Harbor, and it's running pretty smooth, so hopefully whatever server you're on is similar. Yeah, I don't understand why they wouldn't have a basic filter either, but I guess that happens. Excuse me. Okay. As long as it's gotten better for you. I may pop over there in a minute just to kind of see what it's like. Apologies if I'm being too silly or unprofessional or laughing at the wrong things, but it's Saturday night. It's a stress test, which is exciting. We're not really known for my decorum anyway, so... I intentionally did not buy any candy. And I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna... You're fond of silliness? Okay. Well, at least it'll be me and JP and one more soul. Genki52 said, what is this? It is Monsters and Memories. How did you find us? How are you in here? Did you just stumble into the channel and you're not aware of the game, or you just find out about the game? Tell me about yourself. Bill Sharp, thank you for the follow. Alchemy is not fleshed out yet, Elron. Here's our website if you're new to the project. Ton of information on there. You've never seen this ever? Were you just on Twitch and it recommended it to you or something? How did you get here? So the quick background is we're working on a classically inspired MMORPG. We're an independent team. We're all volunteer. We've been working on the game for 4 years. We're currently a team of roughly 30 people. The game started with 4 of us in 2020 as just a byproduct of talking about what we liked about old MMORPGs, mainly predicated on the fact that I used to work on EverQuest for a few years back in the day and have worked on MMOs ever since. Was just playing EverQuest on streams, like playing the TLP, Aerodune, and then some P99 after that, but that was like a year later. Met my friends Ollie and Nick. We decided, you know what? We keep talking with people because I was doing interviews of other EverQuest, like programmers, designers, artists that would come in, hang out. We'd do like an interview with them. You can find those here, like 60 hours worth of interviews. Anyways, the 3 of us started talking seriously about like, hey, we keep talking about how these old, especially like EQ, some UO, and then over the years we started having people from EQOA and Final Fantasy 11 and stuff like that come in. But we were talking about how the games felt different back then. And we started breaking down what we thought the formula was, and then we decided we were gonna make an MMO, and we were gonna stream it the whole time. So we've been streaming the development since basically the first week because we were streaming before we started, and we've always streamed the game. You know, bugs, placeholder textures, and all. So this has always been basically a development stream. It's just as the game picked up momentum and we started adding more and more people, like the first year we had no artists and stuff like that. And so we just continued developing the game, continued streaming. Several people on the team stream every week, and we just show you kind of the behind the scenes of the process of making an MMO while incorporating your feedback and doing brainstorm sessions with you guys and letting you come in and play it, right? Like, we're still in development, but people are in here playing right now. These are all just people coming in to help us stress test this weekend. And then we're going to go into early access in the beginning of 2026. So if you look at our roadmaps and stuff, we break all of it down. We even describe like how much we've spent. We haven't done an update so far this year, but at the end of the year when we posted our early access information, we went ahead and did a cost breakdown for you. And when we'll update that as we go. It's just, I mean, we're busy making shit, so we don't necessarily sit down and make new pie charts and stuff. But when we go into early access, as we've got some revenue coming in, we'll be showing you our sub counts, we'll be showing our revenue, we'll be telling you where we're allocating that money, what we're sort of reinvesting in, and how we're growing the team and the game and all that shit. So yeah, that's what it is. So Genki said super relatable, and I totally agree. From what I've seen, it looks nice. Hopefully I can play this at some point. You can log in and play right now. We've got a stress test going, and I wouldn't be surprised if you could sneak in. We might still be here tomorrow even. If there's a sneaky rogue thief type, I'll be there. Yep, you can make a rogue. We got rogues. And their newbie quests are really sneaky. I know, because I created, well, I can't remember. Did I write that? I think I read that. Not the characters. Hamad wrote the characters, most of them, and then I wrote the quest. Yeah, so I wrote the quest and added them, and I made sure there was a lot of sneaking. So Genki, if you want to try it out, here's our website, and you can get all the information you need there, or from our Discord, and you can install and you can log in and play, and it won't cost you $120. Thanks for the follow. Is there somewhere to post if your character got lost in the server merge? Yeah, there should be. Hop into Discord. I'm sure there's a support thread. Eminem support help channel. No, you can't give us any money. I missed it. Hold on one second, Jasmine. Kyra said lag speed expected with you guys testing netcode. I'm honestly surprised it hasn't crashed. We don't crash. What? We're not at that. No, we don't crash. We lag sometimes. Especially, we're blaming it on the data center. Where do you see it, Jasmine? Oh. Can you be my friend or my family? Send pic. Kydeck. A wise friend once told me establish your excuses early. Yes. Feet pick work? I guess. That's all you got. Buin? Did you hear the comment about Discord? Check out the support thread in Discord, and you might be able to get that info over there. Because that seems like an odd one, but it was something that we were checking before we started tonight. Ollie was making sure that our characters were there. And I'll be honest, I can't remember all the characters I had on the various servers, so it's possible that some of mine were missing. I just didn't know. What server was your character on, Ebuin? If you're still there. What if they're missing now too? Oh. It's like a bad Black Mirror episode. First your character disappears and then you disappear. Triminax, Ollie. Is your character not on Krivia? It's not only is level 2 enchanter. So one character is, but the other one is missing. What's your character's name? Character name, class. Level 14 cleric. Ebuin. E-B-E-U-N. Criminac. Echo Bravo Echo Uniform November. Ollie, Steve's your cleric. Level 14? Okay, Ollie's still looking. Oops. Oh my gosh. Fingers in the wrong spot. Your character should be there, Ollie says. On Krivia? Not Triminac? Ebuin, check Krivia and see if that is your tune. Yeah, on Krivia. You see Tokojin on character select on Krivia, but not the other one. So Ollie says, yes. Do you have 2 accounts and you're on the wrong account? Ollie asked. Because on Krivia you should only have the Ebuin character available. Can you DM Ollie on Discord, and Ollie will verify your email that you use. Ebune said, my bad, that was it. Don't feel like a dummy. It happens. It happens. This is what we're here for. Cool that it's nice that we're able to fix the problem. Cool, especially with the level 14. That's big business. How many people we got out here? 22 players out here, including me. Cool. Got a level 16 elementalist out here. We got a level 13 enchanter. Not sure if they're hanging out together. That'd be cool if they were. Genki asked, what engine does this use? The Savada answered correctly. Unity. Which for the first 2 years I kept accidentally just... And I knew it was Unity. I'm in it. I'm working in it each day. And people go, what engine are you using? And I just accidentally call it Unreal every time. And then chat would make fun of me. I didn't do it just now, Ali. I've only done it once recently. I did it, I think last stream once. It is silly. You wish it were Unreal, such good out-of-the-box graphical quality. What? We still have to have artists make the graphic. And they're doing that. They're doing an awesome job. Shiny graphics only go so far. They go to jail. Shiny graphics go to jail in this project, Carrot. No shiny graphics in this game. Any tips on playing on Mac? Was using parallels and is fairly unplayable with that method. Sazerac Sound. There are a number of people in Discord. I hate to just always pawn stuff up on Discord, but you're going to get better info that way. Are you in our Discord? If you're not in our Discord, I just linked it. Hop in because I know we've got some people that have been doing different things to various degrees of success, but I could have sworn we've had some people that were able to play, and it's fine. But I mean, I could be lying. I don't know. Not intentionally. People in Discord are also very friendly. Unless you hit it like one of 5 topics. And even then, they're not necessarily not friendly. It's just it winds up being the same damn debate over and over again. So just whatever you do, only ask about playing on a Mac. Don't bring up boxing. Don't bring up corpse runs. Don't bring up spell books being dropped. Don't bring up level of darkness. Don't bring up... oh, there's a new one I thought. Avoid all of those. Just stick with Mac. You'll be good. Don't bring up goblin names. Don't search for goblin names. Unless you're over 18. I felt like a Twitter profile just then. Goblin names? Over 18 only, please. Teehee. Yeah, that is true. It is a shame that Goblin Goblin caused the goblin name issue to happen. We trusted him. Server going down for good? No. What server are you on? Did it just have an announcement that it was coming down? If it's coming down, it'll come back up. First mistake, trusting a goblin. It is true. Oh my god, this game's so dark. What were we thinking? This isn't good for streaming. Goblins will be removed due to their players being such revenue. We came close tonight. One more soul. We're seriously contemplating just removing goblins from the game. How long does the server relocation process take? Nils asked. I am not sure. Oh, thank you, Grix. That's another one. Sly, that's true. They do breed really quick. Removing the goblins would have been a definite chore. Well, apparently that skeleton down there is carrying a torch. How long for data center migration, roughly? Let me ask Ali. Ali, did you hear the question? Ali said not long. Because he's a programmer and he likes to provide very precise metrics. Not long. It'll be back up soon. Another streamer was asking. What streamer was it? Tangent is streaming. Tell him he will have to wait. Rel is up. Crivia is up or coming up. Brown Butcher, I was thinking about you earlier. If I didn't hear from you today, I was going to shoot you a DM. Patching up now? Nice. It's going to be up for a bit, though. Don't panic. Just get patched up and come in. I think Ollie grabbed content this evening even, so there should be plenty of new stuff in this zone. Malkir said, wow, this game has come so far since I last checked in. I remember the blue oblong dot floating on a mostly textureless desert. Looking great. Yeah, it has been a little while then. If the sun ever comes up again, then you'll see more of the game. But for now, enjoy the oppressive darkness. Pull a Drake to the Merc camp and watch them die. Why would I do that? Sounds mean. But yeah, there's definitely some scary stuff in here. Miss the old Jelly Bean people. They need to come back as a developer secret if they ever do a Plane of Mischief equivalent. We were talking about the capsule guys earlier today, actually. The oppressive darkness is intense, especially as humans. Yeah, that's why you should make sure that if you're going out in a place like this, you need to make sure that you've got a nice bundle of torches with you, or lamp with... Are you attacking me? You're attacking me. Oh, because I'm on this server now. Kaya says, yeah, I'm digging it. Makes prep matter. Makes prep matter. Also makes progression matter, right? Because then when you get different light sources that maybe provide better illumination, have longer longevity, way less or easier to stack, all those things make those items feel a little different and have some nice value. The blue light sources from the deep are amazing. Can't wait for blue light fuel. Yeah, it's going to be so much fun getting more and more and more stuff in. You'll see with some of the outfits, you'll see them in the update, but you can also already start seeing them in game. Just as we're getting more of the texture sets up, Zach and Zukin have been getting stuff online, and it just starts to add up, and it's great, man. I think by the time we hit early access, we'll have some nice options, nice momentum there. And then just keep in mind that early access just means we're going to be working towards 1.0. And by the time the like full 1.0 is actualized, it's going to be pretty big game. But we're biting off bite-sized chunks and working. Got a plan in mind. We're just going to keep grinding away until the eventual massive world that we've been thinking of is actualized. And then when we do like full 1.0 TLPs, or we just bring up a new server, but it's got the entire continent and everything, then that's going to be so awesome. It's going to be so much fun. That's our plan, man. every time we start, you know, we sit and we assemble like a monthly or bi-monthly update. It's so rad to see all the new stuff that's come online. I've been working in this zone a lot the last few weeks when I haven't been sick or slacking or whatever. And I'm really starting to dig the zone. These guys will eventually be replaced with Ratmen. These are our were-rat models. But there are were-rats in here as well. So. What'd you say, Ollie? I'm in full development mode. Stream mode. I wanted to run around in here, man. I know. I've had so much fun in here in the last few weeks. This is a gnarly zone. Yeah, the music in here is fantastic. I forgot. I've had some random light sources that are up there that I need to pick. Game Salor said, I'm so glad you're doing early access instead of waiting 5 to 10 years to release. Yeah, I mean, it's MMO, right? So the idea was, could we get a nice vertical slice in and, you know, provide enough value for it to be a worthwhile early access? And then, I mean, MMOs are just, they're always evolving. We'd be obligated to be adding stuff to it anyway, so why not just go into early access and then continue to build and take you along on that journey as well, right? Like I said, we'll be showing you our revenue, we'll be showing you how we're reinvesting and all that stuff. Kydex8138, thank you for the follow. That's funny, one more soul. Genki, I try to stream twice a week. Typically Wednesdays and Fridays. Week after next, I'll be gone for another week. I'll be traveling to the US, and then after that should be fairly consistent. We've got like 4, 5, 6 other people on the team that stream. So if you just watch our channel, if you get in our Discord, you can get set up for the stream notifications, and there's always something going on. Or if you want to just check our, you can check our VoDs on YouTube. But we have a lot of fun in the streams, just talking to you guys and getting feedback and shit. So, let's see. There's a comment. DJ Footfinger said, I think the problem is that the lantern is prohibitively expensive at that low level range. Well, but did anybody say it was a low level item? Maybe if they added a weaker ladder. It's called a torch, buddy. Equivalent in survival that could be fed off tree resin, or you could use tree resin and wood and make torches. And I'm not picking on you. Work that survival skill. Thoughts on loot options like need, greed, DKP system integrated into M&M? But that, and maybe I'm wrong, but that kind of that would require like an auto loot system, which we're not doing, because we want you to embrace the fantasy of reaching down to the corpse of the creature whose home you've just invaded and murdered for no reason, and then rifle through their possessions and then take the item one at a time off of their corpse. Because if you're going to be a murder hobo, you might as well get the full experience. So for raids, we'd rely on raid leader to distribute goods. Yeah, it's old school. Love how skeletons early levels are profitable. Yeah, skeletons are like little loot pinatas. They've got all sorts of good stuff on them. Would that include different sounds based on corpse type, like squishy Nickelodeon gags down for gelatinous cube? Question mark. You know, if you mention it enough times, I've got the feeling that Robert would want to do it. He's been so good about like getting little details and stuff in. Speaking of which, did you see that he added the 2 new music tracks to the playlist? What time is it? It is 11 p.m. in game. Do you have a vision for the roles of the tanks in the in-game setting? Will be similar to EQ fighter, greater than other for raid bosses? I mean, we tend to focus on their specific utility in a group. How that may change or be extended in multi-group content is a good topic, of course, to discuss maybe one day with Nick. Thoughts on PvP? We have a PvP server. And I mean, it's fairly, I don't want to say like bare bones, but we're primarily a PvE game. A lot of us happen to enjoy the experience of playing PvE. I mean, PvP in what was essentially a game made for PvP in EQ back in the day. And that's kind of the approach that we've taken so far to taken so far here. So we've got a PvP server, and it just kind of does what it's gonna do. What kind of considerations have you all given to power creep with items? Well, one, there is I think there's a degree of, one, there's an acceptance. I mean, mudflation's a thing. It's going to happen. For us, we're looking at how best to potentially remove the items. Treat them as a commodity to be removed through a few different systems. We'll see how that plays into the religion system. We'll see how that plays into certain sort of like, I guess the most analogous thing would be kind of like war effort type things that guilds can do, and deconstruction of the items, disenchantment. But invariably, we know there's going to be power creep and twinking. I think for us, we're also maybe looking at the game in terms of how do we plan out what we think the kind of the end destination is for the game, and then look at our power curves through that, allocate the right headroom for time frames, like basically going into early access to 1.0. But one thing that we've been looking at, for better or worse, we may change our mind on this or our philosophy as we go, is a fairly strict idea of there being a finite growth. Right now, that's not to say that we can't add more content over time or do more horizontal progression, but even that's going to be finite. But if you look at something, I would say that two things that have had a really big impact on me personally in the way I think about MMOs, since I've been kind of back to the EQ scene since like 2020, was looking at TLPs and then looking at P99 and looking at the longevity of like the P99 servers before a new P99 spun up. Like right now, if we could get a new P99, right? I know a lot of people are playing on Project Quorum, but there's still the differences between like PQ and P99, right? Which is one of the really cool things about the EQ emulator like community. Right? You can get those differentiations. You can get, have the different servers that stop at pop or here or there or whatever. But it's interesting to see just how those decisions on like which expansion it's going to stop on, or like with PQ, certain quality of life changes or whatever, that they take a game that is a game that we know that's a very solved game after 25 years and make it feel kind of different, and just look at how different those versions of EQ are to like EQ Live or even TLP. And so with us, one of the things that if you've seen the interviews that I did with some of the guys I used to work with who wound up going to was it 38 Studios, Kingdoms of Amular, the Project Copernicus guys and stuff like that. One of the ideas that they had was that they're going to make their MMO like the lifespan of it 5 years, like be 5 years, have it be finite. But they had an idea where like the world's destroyed at the end or some shit, and whereas I think if we look at this idea of, instead of trying to create systems that can grow infinitely and try to think of how we want to grow content infinitely, I think if we approach it from this idea that there's probably a core finite like set of content, set of power progression, that then we can augment by putting in additional content within that, having world events, having horizontal growth, tweaking as we go and kind of playing it by ear, but for the most part committing to kind of looking at a progression that we can wrap our head around. Then I think the challenges of things like mudflation become a little bit, well, I don't know, more addressable. Thoughts on Stat Crunch, or is that also just figure out later? I think that falls into what I'm saying, which is if we've got a fairly good idea, and I might be talking through my ass, like this will be a good one to maybe one day, if we've got time for Nick and Ollie to hop on a stream. I think it would be good to hash that out with you guys and like kind of brainstorm and talk bigger and kind of see if I'm full of shit on this. But my thought is everything I was just saying about like looking at power progression and where we want to go, and there being a cap allows us to sort of understand, all right, at each stage of the development or each stage of the life cycle of the game, what headroom do we sort of expect to be remaining? then we don't have to kind of come in and like stat crunch because we've just added another expansion on top that we didn't plan for, that's now taking and, you know, requiring us to either come back in and address our earlier formulas, or come back in and address issues where we've overinflated stats, right? So that's the thought at the moment. I mean, it's not necessarily, I'm not the one sitting there and making the decisions on this, right? This is clearly where, thank God we've got a team and smart people and guys that are ultimately responsible for making sure we figure this out. But I'm just kind of telling you what I think the approach will wind up being. Follow-up question, will monks get flying kick? They don't have flying kick? Love the idea of more content without necessity for new levels, abilities. And the thing is, like, putting in new abilities that are quirky or different or whatever, but aren't necessarily just a standard power, like progression of power. I mean, that seems like it'd be cool as well, right? Like, because it's essentially, it's different ways to play within a context that you kind of know. And as the world grows from like early access to version 1.0, in theory, well, not in theory, but I mean, you're going to be seeing a lot of the, you know, 1 to 60 content again, 1 to 60 content again. It's going to make a pretty big world. So you should be able to play through with, you know, whether it be a new race class combo that's been unlocked, or we've added in a new race that you can play, or you just haven't played. I mean, we've got a shitload. If you look at the races and the classes and the combinations of that already exist, without even getting into like the eventual breadth of, you know, the scope within each class, there's a lot there. So you'd be able to play through and you know, experience the game in a different way, especially if we're able to achieve the scale that we're hoping to hit once we hit 1.0, which, I mean, we'll see with early access. Early access is a great trial. You can see like how well do we do hitting our goals for early access. And then from there, you know, we'll be rolling right into our first, you know, big update module where we are wanting to get some deep zones in and deep elves. And then if we can just maintain that momentum and continue to build our following and continue to be supported by you guys, then it should be pretty cool to look at a roadmap of us like working towards like the full world that we've been talking about. Will we eventually have more active ability buttons, or will it always remain 10? I don't know 100%, but I'm thinking it's gonna remain 10, but you'll have clickies and other stuff on your hotbar. But I don't know. I mean, that might be a thing where it's like there's a plan there that you know, Nick and the guys have been talking about that I don't know. Are you guys holding off on the evil races until Evil City is implemented, or will you get them during Night Harbor era? Goblins are kind of evil. Okay, Ali said that they didn't have a plan past 10. So yeah, 10. We're not, I mean, we're holding off in that it's just a logistics challenge. And so we're wanting to make sure we can get enough NPCs in as well as the PCs. And then we figured if we're doing Deep Elf City, then that's a nice opportunity for us to do Deep Elves, and we'll see who else comes online. I think, Chocolate, the other thing that you mentioned, like more content without necessity for new levels, abilities. You'll also find that there's a lot of, both intentionally and just because of logistical constraints, there also you'll find that there's going to be a lot of like discovery of dungeons and mini dungeons and areas just in the known world over time. It just, the hope has always been that we continue to make this this world feel deeper and richer, and not, there will be places that you go far away for expeditions, and yes, you'll be able to go to interesting, weird, quirky planes and shit like that over time, but really, rather than like throw you into new random, you know, made up in the last 6 months sort of expansion after expansion after expansion, and like continue to sort of take you away from the world that you've grown accustomed to and hopefully love. We want to have a lot of that stuff just kind of stuffed into the world, so it just, the world gets richer and deeper and not just kind of always spread out. Brick said, great answer, noting that EQ and its forms of PQ, P9 and Live are solved games and similarities that Monster Memory shares with them. Are you worried that a subset of players will see M&M as a solved game? In the areas where it overlaps, I don't really worry about that. I think we'll see what percentage of people find that the familiarity in what we're doing is a turn off or it just doesn't excite them, versus the number of people that find that the familiarity makes for a really nice foundation for the new stuff to be layered onto. Naturally, there's going to be a bias because I'm probably tend to seek out affirmation, right? But there are the people who make it pretty clear that they don't like what we're doing, right? Like we can, when, you know, we read a lot of different forums and discords and comments, and we get comments and stuff, though in like the ratio of positive to negative is insane for us, and it's insane for me because I've worked in MMOs since I worked in games. I was like, what wacky things going on with my crucifix? It's actually not my earbud that I stuffed in my shirt. But like I've been working with MMOs since I got in the industry, basically, so it's like 20 years, and the level of positivity that I've seen with regards to our project, like this one, is weird. It's awesome. Now eventually the honeymoon will be over. You know, people will be, as we go into early access, I'm sure we'll see a different disposition in terms of the proportion of people that are like not happy about something, or we never fixed that problem that they've mentioned 10 times, or holy shit, you mean this really is going to work this way, look this way, whatever. I was hoping you would change it. Like, that'll happen, but for the most part, people have been really, really positive. But, you know, we can see themes in the negativity, right? Like when people are negative, we can definitely see the themes of like what those negatives are. And the thing that I've noticed is a lot of people that don't want to play a game that's similar to EQ or older games or whatever, they make it known, and that's that. The overwhelming majority of people that comment about the game comment about the fact that they like the fact that there is that overlap on the Venn diagram, right? And I mean, little differences, because it's something that we've tried to explore as we've been doing this, because we don't want to bullshit ourselves. It doesn't necessarily help us to be completely high on our own supply. That said, we should be pretty strong believers in what we're doing, right? I will say that the thing that I've noticed is I've tried to figure out, all right, so servers like Shards of Dali and things like that, where you're taking EQ and you're modifying it. Like, why aren't they much bigger? Because it is really cool, and there's still obviously there's still a very big, passionate like EQ base. Um, but I think there's maybe there's a difference for a lot of people. Just getting onto like a P99 is difficult, right? It's not like just a push button process. You do have to do a couple of things. It's not hard. Even a dummy like me was able to get on YouTube and have Joe explain to me how to install the files I needed and get in, etc. Right? But there's still, it's like those little kind of weird barriers to entry, I think, definitely add up. And I think the idea of basically getting a very straightforward push button commercial style launcher that's taking you into a new environment that gameplay wise feels a lot like what you're used to, and class wise and things like that. It's like, okay, there's some additional things in here, and it's but it's still very familiar. I think those little bits add up a ton, and I believe we've seen that in the response to Eminem. Again, I'm not saying this is like bullshit, marketing, blow smoke up your ass or whatever. I think the response that we've seen from the people that are, being positive when dealing with us, at least, and that's not a small number of people, have been it's made clear that we are doing the thing that people have asked for a long time. And where we're being pretty literal at times, where it's like, yeah, you played a warrior, then you'll know how to play a fighter. You know what a wizard is? Right. Do we have your old, class that you liked, etc.? Is, oh shit, a fire beetle? Pushing the buttons feel similar? Like, there's a lot of little tweaks that we're putting in there where things feel a little bit better, and there is, some additional opportunity for you, and even decisions like the classes having their class defining abilities earlier and all that shit. Like, those are intentional things that we're doing that are building on top of a foundation that we know is familiar. And for the people that are like, oh, but familiar just means you're just replicating, EQ or this other game. It's like, okay, bullshit. It's not as easy as we're just copying, right? Like, all the way down to formulas and stuff. No. But we are being very intentional, ensuring that the people that have been wanting this experience have that available to them, plus what we're doing, right? So we're not trying to be fancy and reinvent the wheel, or we're not trying to sell you, if you've been saying you want fried chicken all this time, and then we're like, yeah, we're making fried chicken, and then it's fish and chips. I mean, sure, they're both fried, but they're clearly different things. And that is a horrible analogy, but you know what I mean? And I mean, we've been letting you play as soon as we could. We've had you in here, right? Just so you could see whether or not we're faking the funk. And you can tell we're not bullshitting you. Is there supposed to be auto attack music like an EQ? No, not that I know of. Darius said it's less AD&D like to me. Dahlia, EQ is very much like old D&D, and this sticks with a lot of that. And if anything, we try to dip into that even harder, even with like weird things like the mud actions, right? Like, it's not just a gimmick. It's it's meant to kind of evoke that feeling. A lot of, I mean, the art style, right? It's funny. It feels like a dev stream right now, and I realize there's actually people on the server playing. That's still wild. 158 people on this server. Yeah, so like, we're trying to lean into that. I mean, everything from the illustrations and stuff that Goblin's doing, all the way through little decisions everywhere. Even when we do stuff, once we get religion in, we give you the ability to like pick a god, but then switch religion over time and potentially worship multiple gods, but in different ways and all this other shit. what we say, when we're talking about it, like the reference tends to be, hey, how do we make the gods feel a bit more like Forgotten Realms than something like EQ, right? Where you got the variety and there's the quirkiness and there's the overlap, and we've got 3 gods of the undead with different takes on it, like shit like that, right? So, let's see. When you get Eminem on your phone, oh, the poop and play. There may be a plan for poop and play one of these days. Genki said 1000%. Specifically, haven't even tried games due to annoying process getting started. Yeah, we hope to annoy you once you get in game, not while you're trying to get into game. G. Williker says, can you talk a bit about progress in Night Harbor? Do you plan to fill in most of the buildings with NPCs compared to now? Will there be NPC schedules daily moving around city? How complete is city? How complete is city is a good question. A lot of the buildings, if you're running around right now, you'll see doors. If there's a door, that 95% of the time, 99% of the time indicates that that's player housing. The plan is to get a lot more NPCs in. We've got a couple of our guys working on a dungeon that you don't even know exists, but you've been probably looking at in Night Harbor right now. There's 3, 4, areas that we kind of consider mini dungeons that are already in that just needs to be populated. We're working through lore with Hamad right now on the 3 major factions that run Night Harbor, and the conflict between them and key characters and stuff. So all of that content's still going in. I would say what percentage of Night Harbor is done? In terms of final content and experience, which I think will still be updating I know we'll still be updating Night Harbor after early access launch, because as additional races come online, you'll see their, representatives or embassies or certain characters that may be related to those races going into the game, and we'll continue to tweak. I'd say, I don't know, about 60%. And don't let that freak you out. Like the Benz has a base pop in it, but the base pop is very placeholder. I threw that in. We were just talking about like the various gangs that run it, and they're linked to other people within the factions of Night Harbor the other day. So that'll get tweaked, and you'll see more and more of that coming online. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe 60%. Mobs in the bins, I thought were around the 20s, Scruffy Bard. I forget. But there's already a lot of content in there, but there'll be content 1 through 60 in Night Harbor. Easy. Night Harbor won't get 40% bigger. Night Harbor will get 40% denser. More dense? Thicker? Chunkier, yes. Yeah, the blister beetle it'll definitely zone you if you're not ready for it. Another great answer. Well, hey, thank you. I think most games throughout the history of game development have been iterations on past games. Galaga was a Space Invaders clone, right? So yeah, the overlap will happen, and I'm looking forward to how y'all iterate and take us down that divergent path that MMOs didn't tread once while formula was all the rage. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, that's the way we've thought about it since day one, and it just makes sense to kind of like take that out of the branch. I mean, we even drew diagrams of that back in the day. The road less traveled. Oh shit! Fucking Grix. I just saw that. Y'all saw a fork in the MMO road, and you're all taking the one less traveled. We'll see if that makes all the difference. Yeah, there we go. I was actually, when I said that, I was thinking of Fallen Footwear did a video once back in the day called, I think, called The Road Less Traveled or something like that. I mean, I know those guys, so it came to mind. How many people are in this zone? 16. That's not bad. Let's see what's going on in here. When will we learn more about the Pale Guards in the tower? I see so many dead players all around that place. As you get higher level. Also, as more of the factional stuff goes in. Windows are big enough for goblins to jump in those player houses. Yeah, but they'll eventually have volumes that boot them back out. I think the volume should still be in place on the one house that says for sale. Is everybody in playing now? Are your servers relatively stable now? I've been talking so much that I didn't hear what was going on in the background. So I'm not quite sure what the status of the server migration and stuff like that has been. Trivia is great, no issues. Cool. How many people are on Crivia? Okay. Nick said that we did migrate servers, but we may need to do it again or do something additionally. Oh, weird. Okay. That is weird. Fielder's saying Crivia is great with no issues, but Fielder, what zone are you in? Buzzluck, thank you very much. And how long does the stress test last? Oh, you're in Ancient Crypt. Yeah, it should be running really smooth in Ancient Crypt. Yeah, Night Harbors are litmus test, Fielder. So okay. Yeah, we'll probably be. Okay. It has? Okay. So the test-in has been announced. We'll be going through, Buzzluck will be going through basically Labor Day. So, midnight Monday Eastern, I think, for you guys in the motherland. It's a bonus XP weekend in EQ. How can you choose between two loves? That is why God gave you two hands, one more soul. As my glorious guild leader Ranadin once said in his usual, I've been drinking all day and just playing EQ fashion, he said, I can 5-box like a 6-arm monkey, I think he said. Or did he say I can 6-box like a 5-arm monkey? I'm not sure. He was a very small, very drunk Korean college age kid, but he was our boss. And we looked up to him. And he could, in fact, 5-box like a 6-arm monkey. Until he passed out and would just be running into a wall, and we'd have to ask if a GM or guide could kick him. Matter of fact, fun fact, if you got the Narandi items during the Ring War, they were named after him. It's just an anagram for his name. Because Steve Burke, the guy that implemented the Ring War, friend of mine, he dedicated it to her. Yeah, Narandi's Lance. That's Ranadin anagram. Dark Fae and Goober Mist have both leveled up. They're level 2. Congrats. Am I a member of Alcoholics Anonymous? Yeah, probably. Yeah, not really anonymous. I do like alts though. I haven't had the discipline or the time management to just like blast on, be full on hardcore elite tier player. We left that to Nick. I think the last time I leveled a character past 50 was Eridune. And I mean, does that even count? Like how much did I spend on XP potions and shit like that? Is it a known issue that Shifty Scrap Pack does not open when right click? Really? Is that the... Did you complete, like... Did you combine? Or is it the one that he gives you to put the stuff into? The one he gives, really? Or did you not put it in a bag spot? Good question, Liz. Is it in a bag slot? Put it in a bag spot. It's working. It's a bag, so you got to put it in a bag spot for it to work. Do you guys, let's see. It's not in yet. I'm playing catch up right now, like this, the last bit. I don't think. Let's see. You'll see it in the update. Okay, that worked. Yeah, makes sense. Good call, Liz. Let me find it. I'm gonna spoil the update, but I want to show you since you were talking about pack. Since you're here, can I expand this? You'll see it in the update. And Chip wrote up a nice description of the changes that will be we'll put it in the update as well, but since you guys are kind enough to hang out here when you have many other options, the bag thing just got me thinking about it, because I was like, oh man, I wish we could run through that and show it. But we've been working on updating the crafting interface. So Chip wrote up and said, the new crafting system in UI allows for both manually combining components to experiment or conveniently crafting known recipes with a click. When the container is empty, you can select recipes from the list to preview their components. Components currently on your character are highlighted green, while components you are missing are shown in red. The recipe list shows known recipes color-coded coarsely by their difficulty, with an indicator of how many combines you currently have the materials for. This list can be filtered by name and possibly other criteria in the future. The window has an auto inventory button you can use to drop off your crafting successes easily. Crafting slots on the left of the window can be used in the same way you've always crafted. Drag items into the slots, click the combine button. This can be used to craft hidden recipes and experiment to find new ones. When crafting at a station, closing the window will automatically return all the items you may have left behind, so you won't be wondering where your hammer went later. Some recipes will be innately known by virtue of your tradecraft skill level. Others can be learned from a trainer, book, scroll, or quest. More rare recipes may be learned through experimentation. Some recipes may never appear on the list as they are expected to be manually combined. Mostly item deconstruction. Finally, some recipes must be learned before you can craft them, and you'll have to track down that knowledge first. So, we're really, it's one of those things where this stress test was one. We had a really positive result with running bots. I think Ali had mentioned in Discord. We had run like 700 bots in his own, and it was looking promising, but you never know how changes are going to really perform until you have real live people. Often real life people logging in externally, right? So to different data centers and from different locations, and with, you know, different characters that have different histories, all that shit. So at least in my experience, it's never for real until real players are playing it. That's one of the things we discussed early on with regards to like doing stress tests with you guys for real, for free. And you know, it's not real until real players are in there. And so that's why we started stress testing and play testing so early in the development process. So this weekends like this are really hugely helpful for us, but it came on us quickly, and we really just wanted to check it out pretty quickly. And so we, naturally we have stuff like the new crafting window and getting the 10 in. People have been asking about the 10 nodes and all that shit. Like, there's a lot of stuff. We basically just went cut off. I know Nick was like hurrying and trying to get more stuff in before we pulled the data in for the servers and stuff like that. Today, just so you had as much as possible, but this wasn't one where we were like planning ahead and had the opportunity to get all this stuff in. But just so you know, because it's going to be in the update anyways, and some of you don't read the updates, figured I'd show you this and read Chip's write-up. So yeah, this is a lot of fun. We've thought about this quite a bit. We talked about all of that various functionality with an emphasis on, like, what we wanted to do is make sure that we retained the ability for you to discover shit, right? We didn't want to just like put in a recipe list and that's all there is. Like, for us, it's really important that you always wonder if there's stuff that hasn't been found yet, because we do want to put in shit that people just haven't found yet. Unless you're just really clever or dedicated or paying attention or get lucky or whatever. It just seems like a fun idea for people to be the first one to discover something, or and so discoverability, like the ability to experiment and all that, is in there. And then the ease of use and just kind of like that ability to automate certain processes and easily kind of go through it. This is actually something that I think the current EQ Live approach to their setup is pretty solid. And so it's like, how do we also make a better, just kind of like core moment-to-moment UX? Can we hide helms yet? Not yet. Is it bad I had to register a second email to get more tunes? No, that's a good sign, Liz. Quantity crafting, yeah, it's in there. That's part of it. You'll be able to automate based on having the materials with you. I'm just reading player names at the moment. Oh, someone named Peanut. Beffer. With a Pfeffer. I wonder if they're German. The Raider Tots crew. Right on. What are y'all's thoughts on allowing all priest classes to resurrect? I can't speak for all of us. I can only just off the cuff it, and then I think Nick and other folks are listening in if they want to chime in. It kind of takes something away from cleric, right? Like, I mean, I know there's always been the cleric, and then paladin is kind of a byproduct of it being a cleric hybrid. But kind of, it almost feels like the question should be, what are the thoughts on allowing all priest classes to assist with mitigating the negative effect of death? If druid should get reincarnate and you become a random new race. And you're level 1. It's actually not very much help at all. It's kind of the shittiest solution to the problem. You gotta work your way back up. Yeah. Mosquito, cockroach, weasel. Nick said I like clerics and paladins being the only one to res, and clerics being the best at it. Yeah. Completely off the cuff, this has no real impact on anything. It's just, as you said that, Nick, I was like, and I almost think that paladins should need something from cleric each time to be able to res. Like, something they could carry or whatever, right? Like, it's almost like a tiny coffin type thing. Well, no, because it doesn't necessarily, but you know what I mean? Like, it almost feels like they shouldn't even get, like, even paladins shouldn't even just get it for free. They should be dependent on cleric just to reinforce the nature of the cleric. But now it's just an off the cuff thing. We do that a lot. Like, what about? So, but you know what I mean? Just to kind of reinforce, like, they can deliver it, but at the end of the day, it's the cleric that's making it. They're making the magic. Yeah, more reagents. Fans of reagents. Definitely a fan of reagents. We'll eventually... Oh, hey, there's the caretaker. We'll eventually have to have more discussions on that topic. But love stuff. Nick said necromancers get a fun temporary battle res, though. Yeah. The temporary res thing, I could have sworn that was one of those things that like came up in those random fun discussions, joking around in stream, and it's just one of those like fun ideas. Tangent's group is getting a chuckle out of the gray box, the gelatinous cube. That thing is so OG. Dude, that is one of the remaining OG. I remember we had a temporary like sewer dungeon in like year 1. And Nick had shrunk down the gelatinous cubes to be like these tiny little cubes, but they still have like the little cube eyes and shit. It was like these cubelings. And you just get swarmed and steamrolled. That I don't think that, yeah, I don't know that that scene even exists anymore. In the same vein, I think it'd be neat if Spellblade got access to stealth-only teleports as the wizard hybrid. But again, the question would be, would that be something that's pretty reagent-based then? Like fairly you know, there's something there, like anchoring it. One More Soul said, finally somebody else also shared the scroll bar issue I've had. I've heard of it before. You're not crazy. I've actually heard of it before. Sorry if I didn't mention that. Like I've actually heard of that problem before. I just don't have any information on why or how to fix it or any of that. John said, City of Heroes had a cool one. May have been self-only, but you res with extra power for a few minutes and then die again. That'd be an interesting one. I could see something like that with a Necro or SK or something. Could see that being an SK one. Grick said, reorienting the question to how do you mitigate the negativities of a group not having cleric or paladin for resurrecting. Will players start to see shaman and druid as bad choices for taking into dungeons? Well, one, the question is how good are shaman and or druids at keeping you from dying in the first place? So, you know, and I'm not being flippant when I say that, right? Like, druids got succor, right? So if druids have a fairly decent evac, then is being able to evac in a situation that's getting that bad potentially helpful, more helpful, even if you got to work your way back to the camp. I don't know for shamans and druids specifically, but I do think, like Nick is alluding to, the necromancer one may be something where that helps at least mitigate the effect long enough for you to get to someone that can actually res you. Again, this is I'm just completely I'm completely pulling this like out of a hat right now. I'm not saying we've talked about it, considered it. If we have talked about it or considered it, I don't remember, and maybe it's already been discussed and we said no, or maybe it's been discussed and we put it on the. But you say that and I'm like, all right, so what about a situation where you've got something like a shaman and a shaman can make a spirit crystal where, all right, you know, what are the multiple things that are happening if you're getting a res? One, you're getting your experience back. Two, you're being brought back from wherever you're bound to that location. Right? So I would say break that apart and say, can we mitigate one or both of those issues? That's cool, Grix. I'm just kind of brainstorming. So if we break, okay, what is death in that situation, right? Assuming it's not a full wipe, but say little Timmy got killed on the pool and now they've got a corpse, but they're able to get back to the group, and the shitty part of it is primarily that they just took an XP hit because they're your puller. All right, so maybe they can't get a resurrection on the spot, but a shaman can do something like, assuming they've got the right reagents or they've got whatever, a rare spell. Man, I just got super country all of a sudden. It's after 11. They got a rare spell. Fuck. That's rare when I do that. No beer involved. That just kind of like threw me. Alabama came straight out of me that time. Can I pet that dog? So you got a spell and the shaman's able to generate a spirit, like a spirit crystal. And all right, so now you've got your XP loss in your pocket, right? And you'll find a cleric later who's then able to actually res that. And then boom, right? So in that case, it's not an immediate recovery of your experience. It doesn't summon you back to your corpse, but in this case, you didn't need to summon back to your corpse. You're able to get back to it. And then you're basically able to carry this around until you can find a cleric and get the rest, right? I don't know. That's what I mean by mitigating it, right? There may be different ways to do it. Is that silly? Is it just adding in more hoops for no reason? Whatever. I don't know. We'd have to talk through it, work through it. And again, shit like that, it's just like, may throw it out there and just be like, you know, hey, Nick and guys, if that seems cool, cool. If not, Shadow Knight or Necro suiciding to res the target to get the cleric back up. Or giving them a temporary res in order to get them back up so that they can then res themselves. Alabama, Roll Tide. As much as I'd love to be like Roll Tide, I haven't been dedicated enough to watching Alabama college football to not feel like I'm a faker if I say it. But if you want to Roll Tide, you definitely get a Roll Tide. One of the flavor things I loved in EQ was the Necro Essence Emerald system. Someone eats to death with permanent XP loss to give the Necro a gem that, yep. Stuff like that is, it's fun, it's quirky. Let's see. Trade death. SK takes places of dead group members. Self-sacrifice. Hey, Dargon. It has been a while. Are you hopping into play this weekend? Self-sacrifice is more of a paladin thing. I think self-sacrifice in the sense that they're hopping in front of it to eat to death would be. But like, you know, getting down and like performing seppuku or whatever to help solve the problem seems a bit dark for a paladin. What about a situation where a group gets down to a deep camp and after some time, Bobby, a big DPS, isn't paying attention and breaks a mez and gets killed, or gets the chanter killed, but the group doesn't wipe? There isn't a cleric on hand. The group has to evac or start over to go and collect the DPS or chanter and work their way back down. I don't know that that's necessarily true. From a design standpoint, that's probably fine. I don't know that that's true, though. Bobby Big DPS, are they a rogue? They can just sneak back down. They can carry their corpse to the zone line like we have for generations. Right? Like, who hasn't had a corpse or two sitting by the zone line to get a res later? Right? Even if the enchanter gets killed, all right, well, get an invis or an invis to undead, and then get back down to your group and carry your corpse back out. Right? So I mean, to me, like, people eating a death or two in a group, especially groups that are like doing work and are down there for quite a while, that's just kind of par for the course. The question is, when do you eventually get a shaman or a cleric there? You know what the druid's good for? When you're like, who all cleric level blah blah blah, and you're like, oh, there's a cleric, but he's way off in a tavern in, Evergrove. Druid, here's how you're going to help us with the resurrection. You're going to, evac or teleport over to the druid ring. You're going to pick that son of a bitch up. You're going to sober him up. You're going to teleport him here. You're going to hit him with an invis, or you're going to get the cleric will have an invis to undead, and they'll get you to the group. You'll hand them his cash. Their druid will get him back out of there. I mean, this is a solved problem. Yeah, and why do you need that? Because Bobby Big DPS wasn't paying attention. So it should be... You're like, man, that's a pain in the ass. Well, pay attention. See if you want to group with that dude in the future. And if he's part of your static, and the problem was he is drinking, or like the individual in our Discord who's pre-gaming with vodka and Red Bull already hours ago, you talk to him and you go, yeah. I'm not hating on vodka Red Bulls. I'm just saying that I saw someone in our Discord drinking them already. So if that person gets killed, then that was you? Oh wait, it was. It was, wasn't it? Because you're Tupac in there. You're pacing yourself. Tupac, I want you to look at your last 3 statements in chat. I'm with no comma. That was me. I'm lowercase, no comma, a rogue. I don't. Semicolon. He. Die. Quotation mark P. Mm-hmm. You're already fading. What threw me was the dial-a-port. I saw your Red Bull and vodka, and I saw dial-a-port in your name in Discord, and I was like, I hope he's not driving. I literally thought that I was gonna make a "hope you're not driving tonight" joke, but didn't have a chance. But yeah, if Nicodemus asked, "Are you more of an Alabama fan or Auburn?" If I had to pick between the two, I'd absolutely pick Alabama. $130 players in Night Harbor. Solid. I'm sad getting drunk doesn't do the wobbly screen thing. I think we had like a wobbly thing in there at some point, and then it made somebody nauseous or something, and we're like, we need to rein that in. Or maybe we just prototyped it. I think it was like Chip or somebody that was like, no, that's nauseating. Liz, are you out there? Are you really not moving? This is weird. It just seems like why are these people just not moving? Interesting. But did you just... Okay, that's weird. Dargons have been playing Guild Wars 2 to feed the MMO itch, but the problem is I just want to be Eminem. When I play Eminem, I have to tell myself it's stress test and I can't do much. Yeah, sorry, buddy. I need to change this guy's location. With that name, he needs to spawn closer to his bench. That's interesting. Okay. Whoa. I gotta remember to put more buffer with some of these NPCs that are standing near props. There are 40 players in here. Notice a little weirdness every once in a while, but overall. Love seeing the dwarves in a robe. Is Rel stable again? Is anybody on there and can answer that question? Last I asked, it sounded like we still weren't happy with the data center that it was in. Getting distracted said fairly stable. How many of you, or is there anybody out there that's unable to play today that's going to be playing tomorrow or Monday? Oh hey, what's going on up there, guys? Be here all weekend? Awesome. Yeah, I was just wondering if there's anybody that the additional days winds up helping out. Because it'd be kind of a bummer for folks that were like, because it was last minute or whatever, aren't able to get in today if we didn't have the extra days. If you didn't see it, Robert put an extended version of this track where the music changes on the way into Wormsbane. There's an extended version of this kind of mood music that was added to the playlist. Loophole said, I know a few that are unable to today or tomorrow. Extra days are a big help for them to get checked out, especially due to a long weekend and car plans. Yeah, and that's, I mean, that's another one of those realities. It's like, we're like, it's cool that, you know, it's Labor Day, so maybe more people will be able to play, but there are definitely the folks that have their plans for Labor Day. I hit level 60. Yes, it was a lot of work. It is a sign of my dedication, Landon. How have you been? Oh no, they're naked. Naked in Wormsbane. That typically means that something happened. Right on, Grix. You're welcome. Going well. Got a few on the EQ team testing your game. Right on. I thought I saw Hidden Tree as a bard earlier. I thought, like Hidden Bard. Yeah, it's been kind of a mixed bag. It was one of those situations where went into it. Our bot testing was really optimistic, and then we got in and it was like, oh man, it kind of like fell apart at a much lower level than anticipated, and we thought it was just the data center potentially, but it gives us more data for the guys to run through and try to figure out exactly what's going on. Do you guys have another announced playtest? What is this I see? Not naked people with naked people running after them? Oh, nice. Cool. For those of you that aren't familiar with Eco, though hopefully everybody is at this point, check out the link here, Evercraft Online. It's a lot of fun. We have never not had a fun play test. Did I do that right? We've never not had a fun play test. I think that's accurate. Of course I have an eco command. I've had an eco command for like years now, Landon. I think I've had an eco command since the first time we got a chance to play eco. We really, really, truly like you guys. Dismiss my pet. Pet window is gone, but the snake is still following me and won't let me summon a new rank of pet. Well, that's weird. Maybe relog? Following the trail of carnage. Oh, I see bodies. Oh, is that what happened? Or are those old bodies? Reload, pop the pet bar back up. Awesome. Stuck between zones? Is it you zoned in and you gotta, like, you can see but you can't do anything, funky interface thing, Chewy? Yeah, okay. You're gonna need to kill your client and try again, and it may take you a couple tries. You're very welcome. Let me pop to a different server and check something. Is there a way to see the stats on an item? Yeah, mouse over it and just hold down right click. You're welcome. Yay, people aren't falling past. I'm gonna go watch. Oops. Zone fallen past. Not good. What a dump. You should do the GM thing and summon a stand giant to decimate the newbies. Oh, I don't like messing with people's experience too much. I like just kind of seeing what they're doing. Little spice. There's plenty of spice in here for these guys already if they're not careful. I see Blink just sort of fading into the background, which probably means that he's filming. Tyron said, I finished that road quest, you know. All the way to the, I said all the way to the end, all the way to the part where I said to tell you and Nick about it. Nick already knows Peskin about the spice. I forgot about that. This is the highest level group on the server right now. I think so. We got some level 23s until like here. 24 until like here. So actually, the Telekir group is higher level. Should honor the highest, most experienced characters from Alpha, Beta, and Life somehow. That'd be kind of neat. And we'll see how it comes together. It's a weird one to do, right? Because it's a little hard to keep track of everybody's circumstances and that type of thing. So, I mean, we'll always give them a virtual high five. Always be like, thanks for the effort, homies. Don't know if that's neat. Some people have a lot of time on their hands. Well, that's kind of the name of the game, though, isn't it? Yeah, I mentioned to them in here. It's like it's cool to see people in here starting to kill stuff because they're just kind of getting into the level range for it. I've been in here working for the last few weeks, so it's nice. I can't wait till there's more people that are like level appropriate for it. That'll be really nice. But yeah, some of the stuff in here may be a little easy at the moment because the NPCs were just put in, but they don't necessarily have all their abilities and stuff like that. We've been here for 2 playtests. Seems to have added more pathers to the wall. They weren't here last time. Oh, I've added a ton of shit to this zone. There are several hundred new NPCs in this zone. And a few things going on depending on time of day that are quirky, dangerous. There's definitely rares in here. I think all said and done, this zone's probably gonna have like I don't know, somewhere around around or close to 30 different camps. If you've been in this cave before, you'll see there's some new. Nick, I haven't heard from him in a while. Yeah, so there's some new props and stuff, and then definitely since the last time you played, I would say there's got to be there's probably new population and some stuff going on. The main area, and I was hoping to get more done this weekend, but with the playtest and stuff like that, I just prioritized getting the update done over it. But this area up here, and then the area right above that, Lower Saman and Upper Saman, are the main things that need to get finished. So, and it's just daunting because they're pretty big. But it'll be nice once the base pop's pretty finished for those areas, then can go in and continue to refine some stuff. Put in, there's some ideas for some little things for you to find, like mud action type environmental interactions and stuff like that. Can someone explain the mud action? Do I ever play the game as a player? Yeah, recently not enough in the last little bit. I've been swamped, and it's weird. Like I'll feel guilty if I'm not implementing content lately, just because I feel like I've been so behind with all the various shit that's been going on. So probably when I get done with my trip to the US the week after next, come back in and we've got some stuff stabilized, because there's been a fair amount of stuff going on behind the scenes. There's the IRL stuff that's kind of eating up my time, unfortunately, but then there's like we've been talking to a handful of people that are interested in joining the team. We have just had a lot going on, so when that's not going on, then it's like I've just been trying to be as heads down as possible and getting this zone knocked out. But then once I feel a little more caught up and we've got all the guys that need feedback and need onboarding and all that stuff kind of taken care of, then I think we'll get in and get some play sessions going. But yeah, I mean, for me, I wound up hopping in and playing here over the last year or so, more enough that it wound up like we were in here playing instead of like playing P99. I mean, it's just, it already, you know, to me at least, it already feels natural. It feels like you come in and start playing and it's just like hours can disappear. So, and the more I've been working in this zone and some other areas, yeah, I'll go. I think it was dark when I was in here last time. Nicodemus says, G-Walkers, yes sir, mud actions or text-based actions like slash look or place that you do in specific locations that may be more information, may give more information or grant access to new areas that may help you acquire things. You can find a list of mod actions by typing /help. Tangent, what is going on? It's funny that you're here because I was thinking as the night winds down, I was like, I should pop over there. I should raid Tangent before the night's up. But hey, here you are now, which is pretty badass. Cransy 916, thank you for the follow. So, hey, it sounds like you ran into a couple of the issues that we were having on your stream. The spellbook thing, the server stability thing. It sounds like I was on Eltindra and stuff was and it was a lot more stable at like 200 250 than Rel was and Krivia was. So it sounds like we've migrated to we migrated the servers within the data center and it didn't help, and so now we're migrating to a different data center. So yeah, but we'll be around this weekend if you're willing to and able to get back in at some point. Hopefully that runs a little bit smoother. But yeah, the stress test was an interesting one because we were pretty optimistic. We were running, I think Ali mentioned in Discord, we were running like 700 bots and things were looking good, but you never know until you get actual players and what's going to happen. And this data center thing's a great example of why. Plan to play all day tomorrow. Perfect. Hopefully things are a little bit smoother for you then. It is Fate said, sorry if this has been answered. How long do you feel like running the test? We'll be running it until the end of Labor Day. So I believe we're going off Eastern time. So it'll be like 11:59 Eastern on Monday. So you've got time. You've got time. I mean, the original intent for sure was just to stress test those changes and see if the bots were telling the truth or not. But it's just one of those things where we know it's Labor Day weekend. We know people are excited. It's always fun to get you guys in here. It's nice seeing people level and hit new zones, even if the zones aren't complete or whatever. So it's nice for folks to get some experience under their belt as well, so that if we do run another playtest later with a little bit more of a announcement of like when we're going to be having it and stuff, then people already have the levels, and if the zones are more complete by then boom. Tangent says, taking the wife to dinner though, so I'm going to lurk. Good luck with anything that needs fixing. Certainly worth the wait. Hey, appreciate it a ton. Glad you're able to make it in here, and it's always cool to see that you're checking it out. It's a big deal for us. We appreciate it. Enjoy dinner. That always sounds fun. Time with the significant others is awesome. You finally have enough time to figure out what to do with the broken cultist lantern. Good luck with that, because I'm not sure if I put that in there, but I don't know if I ever put anything for you to do with it in yet. I had some ideas, but yeah, I should probably finish that. Level 69, thank you for the follow. Tangent said, hey, it's a big deal for us who love this too. Have a great night, everyone. Hey, thanks again. Enjoy dinner. You're sad you couldn't equip it. Yeah, but I mean the actual functioning one is so badass that I wanted to have like a throwaway common drop for it. Sarenth, enjoy your dinner as well. I'll definitely be back by the time you're online. You're welcome for me streaming. And I'll probably just stream again my normal time next week. I'll probably pop into other people's streams tomorrow and Monday. I wanted to be here in case shit was hitting the fan, and I could potentially convey some information to you guys as usual. How on earth are you supposed to know what stat traits you should pick to start? Bebop and Beebs. It's one of those things where give it time. We're probably going to be tweaking some of that, changing that, adding new traits, tweaking traits, all that stuff. So by the time we hit early access, one, things will be a bit more stable. Two, the community will have already sort of made their guess as to what's best and started a theory craft on that front. And that information will be available in different places. And then three, will also likely build in, whether it be in the game manual or some other means of conveyance, we'll build in a little bit more info for you to be equipped with at the beginning. That's a bummer to hear, Wyatt. Oh, you were saying earlier, Tupac, that that it was sneaky that the undead didn't aggro the merc. I don't know. Nothing should have changed in the factions, I don't think. I haven't touched the factions in a while in here. Bebop, thanks for the follow. Y'all gonna sell any merch? I want to buy an Eminem a shirt/hat. Take it in. The main question with merch that I've had is I'm curious what the level of engagement's actually going to be with the merch. Right, we're excited to get merch out there, but as soon as we start selling merch, then we're officially making money. Then we're going to actually have to do more bookkeeping. It's a little bit pain in the ass, and we're really curious to see how many people would actually be engaging with the merch. To see if it's one of those situations where it's not enough people to make it to where we could grab that money and start to like throw it back into some stuff on the project, but just enough people that we then have to do more bookkeeping and, you know, pay the people to do our taxes more money and all that crap. So, but we want to, I mean, we've got a merch shop. We don't make it available to you yet. We've had a merch shop for, I think, a couple years now that we've just used internally. Yeah, print on demand isn't super profitable, but it's honestly, it's the easiest entry point for doing merch. Later on, if we're doing well, it'd be great to have like solid merch that is like well made. You know, the guys that do the Valheim merch are also the guys that do Amon Amarth merch, and just saw them at a festival a couple weeks ago. And while I was looking at all the stage props and shit that they have during the concert, and I was like, I bet the guys that do the merch help with all of the stage stuff. Sylvang, thank you for follow. I'm still recovering from being sick after the festival. You just saw Amon Amarth too? Where? Are the bone crunches insanely loud? I can turn that down a little bit. Vegas. I saw them here in Germany. I'm going to turn the master volume down, see if that helps, but then I'm going to turn the music volume up. Let me know what that does. I'm not listening at the moment just because I had an earpiece in listening to the team in case anything came up. Did I turn aggro off in this zone? Not intentionally. I don't think anything should have changed, but seeing the skeletons walk by these guys, I'll have to look. I might do that right now, actually. Yeah, weird. I'll check their aggro right now. Konami-san says, I wonder if you have considered giving mages more goodies to summon for pets or corpse runs, weapons, armor. Looking at the wiki, it's just mana stones higher up. It's in development. I'm sure there'll be more. It's very in progress. Yeah, that's another thing too. There may be stuff in that's not on the wiki. But let me check these NPCs. Data. Show all. Fallen past. Yeah. As I've been working in here, I thought everything was fairly aggro. But okay, restless. Undead. Alright. Not non-hostile. I mean, the bone carvers, all that shit should probably be aggro. Yeah, I believe you. I'm watching undead walk right through you. There is no reason. I'll look at them in more detail tomorrow or whatever. But there's no reason why they wouldn't be attacking you at the moment that I can think of. Yeah, it's all the restless stuff, right? Restless skeletons, the necromancers. I've seen you fight. Let's see. Yeah, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't have the ability to be flagged. To Oh, you know what? Do we have a different? Yeah, I have to dig around. I could have sworn that should have just made them aggro to everything. I'll look into it. It is late. I'm tired. I'm looking at a database and going, I don't know. I don't know why they're not. Because I thought all undead was aggro, and then maybe we had like an aggro non-KOS. faction, or sorry, a undead non-KOS faction as well. Let me look and go through the factions real quick. Either way, Tupac, don't get used to it. They will aggro you and swarm you and kill you next time you're in here. All right, I promise. I know that's what you want, so I promise. Oh, we have 2 undead. No, but neutral undead is actually named neutral undead. Yeah, I don't. When you said that the mercs weren't fighting them as well, I was like, I don't. Why? Nothing has changed there. Let me see faction effect then for undead. Which, if that's... Huh? Yeah, I mean, if that's changed, then there are days when you feel like you're neutral undead. I hear you. I'm sorry. Let me check something else. Let's see how I've got it set up. Just undead. I don't know. It's probably something obvious. I'll take a look at it tomorrow, and if I don't see anything, then I'll ask the guys as well and be like, "What am I derping out on? Like, what is?" Double check social range. Sure, I'll look again. FP. Let's look at all these guys. Restless dude. There's just a question of like why these guys aren't KOS now. Bill. They're all flagged as undead. They've got normal aggro range, front aggro, back aggro, social, pulse aggro. Everything's normal on them. They look very normal. It almost feels like it's a weird faction thing. Seeds at me, ready to strike. Seeds at... So... Bebop, when those books went in, I was being a little sassy. I felt like a smart ass, and so because we've got like 40 different trade skills with trainers in there, so one day because I was being silly, I wrote a book for like all 40 of the vendors when we first put in the ability for there to be vendors, and just as placeholders, I think I put in. Some of them may not have anything, but I think almost all of them had like some smart ass thing if you right click them and read them. They're aggroing you on Crivia, John says. Tupac, can you con him and see what the con says? Is there a way to fix a merchant scrolling to the bottom automatically for no reason? You're one of like 3 people that we've heard of that is running into that problem, and we can't figure out what's going on with you guys. Everybody that's having that issue, could you /bug? Could you then go to UI issues? And you could just put in like scroll bar, the scroll bar thing, or the scroll bar issue. John, you're gonna be the one that's like collecting these anyways, and I'm wondering if we can find some commonality in the information that winds up getting pulled for here, like related to system or something. Vamp, thank you for the follow. Mr. Zeke, thank you for the follow. Pretty much, it happens pretty much 100% of the time I click and drag the scroll bar. I run Windows. There's also a Discord thread for it and bug reports. Okay, cool. So maybe we'll get enough info to track it down. Alright, Tupac, did you say Kano's always KOS? Alright, so they're conning KOS, but they're not aggroing you. It's gotta be some like really obvious, like dumbass something that I did in here that, but I didn't change these guys since the last time you were in here. Like, and I'm looking at the data right now. It's not. I don't know. I don't know. Weird. But they're not aggroing you. But they are aggroing on Cribia. Okay, I now generate aggro. I've turned my aggro back on. Come here, ghoul. Okay, and he just aggroed me. And I'm level 60. You're unable to face pull these guys? Alright, the rest of the school's fine. Okay, that I mean, that could just be fairly straightforward. I can look at the mercenaries faction setup and make sure that they're actually set up to fight undead, because given where they're originally like located, that might not have been the case up in Sungreet Strand, but who knows. So anyway, let me turn my aggro back off again so this guy will piss off, and then let's see if I can aggro skeleton. Well, the skeletons are green to me, so that may be one thing. John said, weird, some aggro and some don't. Is it different races? Like, is it the ghouls versus the skeletons, or is it within the skeletons? All right. So, of the restless skeletons, all of the restless skeletons, not counting restless adept or restless necromancer or whatever, all of the restless skeletons are exactly the same, except for their levels different. So, if you're seeing a difference there, John, then that's weird. If it's different between sorry. If it's difference between the I'll find the adept. Well, I'll just do restless. No, well, I hope I spell it right. So let's take a look. Restless adepts, ghouls, necromancers, and skeletons. Different classes, different races, ghouls, skeletons, different level ranges, the exact same faction, right? The same is non-hostile. None of them are non-hostile. Some data that just kind of gets generated in there. It's not even real with regards to like some of those mods you just saw. Some different textures because they're different creatures. That's it. They're identical. So Yeah, the only difference is level, and I think they're do not aggro if green con is even turned off. So, or sorry, gray con. So they're the same. So I don't know why they would be behaving differently. It says here the server will be shutting down. The server will be shutting down in 5 minutes. And then it'll migrate and then be back up. So it should be good. Hey Miklos. Stress test is going good. Naturally we found some stuff. So we'll be fixing some stuff. And we'll see how it goes the rest of the weekend. But we got the rest of the weekend to continue to keep an eye on it and maybe fix a couple things. But either way, folks can play for the rest of the weekend. But it should confine. What's it con to you? Where are these conning, like yellow or something like that? Yeah. Yellow. Most of the skeletons are red, everything else is red. Yeah, so there's zero reason why these things shouldn't be just hopping on you. But we'll take a look. We will take a look. Let me know if random sound pops up here. See no sound playing. I'm looking around. Yeah, so alright guys, it is past midnight on my end. We're gonna raid. We're gonna raid some other M&M playing. And get you some actual M&M gameplay action. Instead of me just yawning at you and shit. And I will see you guys next week my regular time. I might stream again this weekend, but probably not. I'd rather just pop into other people's streams while I'm working. I got a lot of M&M work to get done. So usually I try to say goodnight to everybody on a regular stream. I'll try to say goodnight, but what we'll do on raid nights, I'm always so amped to see a group of people with lights running around. It always makes me so excited to see people in game running around like that. What I'm gonna do is, yeah, it might be related to the weird server shit that's been going on. That's a fair point. We got 2 minutes until this gets migrated, and we'll see if that changes it for you. Smart move, getting the safety guys. But all right, let's raid now. I will see you guys next week. Those of you that are new to the stream, I think at this point you should know our website and our Discord, but if not, there's a link. And then if you go to our Discord and hit stream notifications, you'll see us working on the game. A handful of folks on the team work very regularly, stream very regularly, so we can answer your questions there, or you can check out what's going on and stuff. So right on. Thank you for all the good questions and feedback and stuff like that, Grix and everybody else. Let's get this raid set up, and then I can do my favorite thing, which is curl up with my wife and sleep and wait for the morning coffee. So raid coming now. Let me unplug here. Let me plug back into my machine so I can hear the raid. And let's start the raid. Everybody have a great weekend. Hopefully you get in play and are able to enjoy yourself some. And we'll see you next week. So